Hello, Wild. You're not supposed to raid me the moment I start streaming. What's happening? Also, for people that are here, there should be a closed captioning option if you hover over the screen. I want y'all to let me know how well that works. It's the first time I've ever actually had it. I had a different version in the past that was a lot more annoying, and I would just forget to turn it on. This one I don't need to remember to turn on. It should just happen. So, that'll be good. Hello, Ungolata, the Onion Lord, Wild, Crab Nicholson, and Astronics. Hello, I'm eating noodles. We're gonna be here a bit. Also, one thing I just realized, well, I've completely redone my OBS. Everything is different. I don't... Why did they remove folders for scenes? And you used to be able to color each of the scenes, so you could color code them. I either it was a plugin that I used to have, or it's just not there in OBS. Like, as I updated to version 30, I don't... Why can't I color code them or put them in folders? So I download this plugin that's supposed to like put it in folders, but it is not good. It's not good. It's not good at all. Hello, Indy. Hello. Hello, me man. Hello. Host. So, the thing for Crab Nicholson that I was just saying. Well, I updated all of OBS, so you'll notice everything's a bit different from what it used to be. You'll mostly notice it for the VTuber and the lighting that they will be forced upon them. Otherwise, if you hover over the screen, you can turn on closed captioning. And I just wanted to know how well that worked. I'm also eating noodles, so this is gonna be a little while till I can actually do anything. I got tracking number of Rainbow Vinyls. I should check that. I still don't remember if I actually ordered them. I don't see anything about it. I don't think I actually bought it. I doubt I can buy it now. Maybe it'll just show up one day. It might be linked to my other email. That's why I just didn't see it. We're gonna be doing Saint today. I probably should have looked at Saint before this. So, Did speedrun.com add a good feature? Wow. I've never seen that before. So on speedrun.com, we have a bunch of runs that are pending. We have to approve them, so they go on the leaderboards. You can now assign a run to a specific moderator for them to... So it's like marked that, hey, I'm going to do this one. And you can mark it for yourself as well, even if you're not the head moderator. So now you can say ahead of time, I'm doing this one. Very useful. With the new people we got on the board, they're going through them very fast to the point where I'm
There's no problems in Spearmaster.
I haven't been able to fully watch a thing before it's already done. Dumper vinyl. I just don't want to buy two. Maybe if I go there. It's Black Vinyl Records, right? What was it? Black Screen Records. If I go there and it's like still in the cart. Okay, no, it's not. I don't know if I even gave them my email. I see Rain World in playlists. They have Spotify playlists. That's funny. I should get Spotify Premium for no ads. Rain World. Let me click on this. If I do add to cart and I start to buy it, do I have to give an email? Looks like I do. The email you got was from Black Screen Records, right? Hello, Regon. Did you hear your own voice? I was just staring at the thing. Shirt, sweatshirt, nightcap plush. I'm not excited with the sweatshirt. Because if I'm gonna buy something, it better be very good quality. Like I can stand outside in the snow for an hour. That is not it. Is not it. I have the nightcat plush. I've bought the Rivulet one, and that will show up. I have Saren's Moon poster to my right now as well. I should have bought a lizard, but I kind of like the slug pups more. I feel like I should have bought the Imp pup plush, but I feel like that's so much. Like if imagine just like someone sees it. How do you explain that to someone? How do you explain that? What is this creature? Is the shirt glow in the dark too? It is. It is, however, still the same price as a plush. If it was 20 flat, I'd probably get it, but it's 28 plus shipping. And it's not like terribly special. It's glow in the dark, which makes it special. But I'm like not excited. I like the Ori and the Blind Forest one. I bought the Ori and Blind Forest one because the print was on the side of the shirt, not the front. And I thought that was cool. I think more people should do that. Just having, oh, let's just stamp a thing right in the front. That's it. Nothing else. Not that interesting to me. Hoodie's also a lot for one that doesn't seem... My friend had this and I wasn't impressed with it. Low mush. Hello, is Katana Zero? Yes. Sneaky driver. So just realized my Rain World version is messed up. So I need to update that. Warlock then. Maybe we don't do Rain World first. We'll still do Rain World first. I don't know what I want to focus on. To get better. Because we're 2 minutes off sub-hour. Well, technically 3. This scab looking like Knuckles, I will not respond to this. That being an experience you looked at the other day is pretty good. One from Bran, yes. Any of the stuff from Bran's pretty good, especially some of their newest stuff. Just finished drawing the first Armand prompt. That's good. I'm still eating, I'm sorry. How do I do a shout out? I've never done it once. Not a single time. I know how to do it through Nightbot, but there should be shout. Okay, it is that. I did it. Follow below the Bart. They've been doing multiple art. Okay. The thing didn't actually update. Okay, now it is. But yeah, I don't know. You just like look away and you're on a completely different art piece and it's already done. Huh? What? Meanwhile, you watch like me or even Saren. It's been like 3 streams and you can't tell what's different. Oh. That's how it feels like. I know it's very different for Saren and it's very different for me as well. Just got Monk Pebbles worker, but they had to be my very good job, so they never got. I'll shrub. Go so fast. Go so fast. Okay. It's almost time. I actually almost updated the video game. But where? Where is the thing I'm looking for? It's not here. And by thing, I mean speedrun timer fix. There it is. Let's turn on expedition. Once again, Wild. How much do I need to pay you to make things? $0. Require dragon. One meal voucher. Is that even real? Why do you want to go to Denny's? Who actually wants to go to Denny's? I'm on the long save slot, and then I will get the rights. Alright, once again, if you haven't played Saint, don't watch. I still have noodles to eat though. Oh no, I've just been thinking I want to get more art for my stream. Maybe a new setting up background. And some icons. I'm drinking water. That was kind of the thought. This is a completely different OBS setup. I want y'all to let me know if it looks alright over time. Look at the shading on the VTuber as we play the video game. Mystery gift. Should I hide all the Twitch integration first? I guess I should do that. Red needs to be turned back on. I turned off the wrong ones. Okay, we survived. Yes. Yes, hello, Mr. Nuske. And hello, Fahrenheit. Hello. We're doing Saint again. And I don't know how much I want to do Art Month. I need to look at the prompts again. I'll do that right now. Because we haven't done anything for the past 20 minutes. So let's just stall more. All of my OBS stuff has been updated. No anvil. Did I accidentally turn it off? I saw it and purposely tried to avoid it. Snuck up so fast. It's tomorrow. We can't escape. Wild's already going crazy. A few weeks from now. Yep. That makes sense. Just a few weeks from now. Anvil. Anvil. Okay, I turned it back on. Rain World Art Month. It comes up with James Barrow's stuff from 2 years ago. Sick. This is not what I wanted. Alright, let's go to Discord land. Rivulet, submerged production, canopy, fire, spitfire, eggs. Oh, no, I found it. I don't know if I care about any of these. Ones that I could do is lantern and glowweed. That could be funny. 5 pebbles is an experience that may not occur on the 13th, and that's okay. Spiders. Bombs. I never really made a bomb. We could do bombs and I could figure out how to code in Unity an explosion. I don't know how interesting that would be though. Monster kelp spears. beehives. I've already done lantern mice. Then to whip of thing. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, the image, not something else. Okay. Ooh, beehives. Pearls. Karma 3. Create spears. What if we made weird audio of Spearmaster? Reset position did not bring this in the correct place. Hello. Overseers. Now that's one that could be funny. Nightcat. I technically never made Nightcat. Hello, Cyrillith. How did stream go today? When will you become one with the yellow hand disease? I have to know.
Back, you maniacs!
Okay, you didn't actually end stream yet. Hello. Hello everyone from Cyrillith Raid. I'm going to assume most of you know who I am. But if you don't, I'm Ice37. I normally do streams of speedrunning Rain World. I'm going to play Saint here. So if you haven't seen anything with Saint, I recommend not watching. Not even a little bit. Don't even see anything. Don't look at the screen. It's illegal. It's illegal, Anyman. You can't do it. I'm gonna actually use the shoutout command for the second time ever. The first time was a few minutes ago. Hello, Tesla Coil. Hello, Anyman. Hello, Cyrillith. What did you do for stream today? And I hope stream was good. Greetings, Ice Cat. I have changed my OBS in its entirety today. If anything looks weird or is funny, please let me know. The funny thing you'll notice very soon is the shading to my Slugcat 3D model. It'll make sense when it happens. I like the cozy emote. Also, cozy is someone good to follow. It's the emote that Tessa Coil posted a second ago with the raid. Cozy gifts. I can't X out of the thing after clicking on the emote. There we go. Hello, Cinder Dragon. Hello. We're gonna actually play the game now. It's now been half an hour. I've done nothing. So we're gonna do stuff now. I did, in fact, eat noodles, though. So we did make it. Also, I'm looking at the thing you sent me, Saren. This is perfect. And I could honestly start working with what you've given me as it is. I'm not going to say anything else, at least right now. But I enjoy it very much. Awesome. Yes. Cyrillith. Stream was very interesting. I did the rain cycle only challenge. Every cycle is a shelter failure, and I was exploring the world with new spawns. So now you get to know what a lot of the pre-cycle spawns are. There's not a lot of nighttime only, so you're probably experiencing all of them that ever exist. Found snails in Sky Island? Yes, I knew that. I don't know who thought that was a good idea. It sounds very funny to me that they did that. Why would they do this? I can't imagine getting a pre-cycle on like your first game ever. Oh. Oh man. I'm just looking at something real quick, see if I have any comments to give. Which right now I don't really.
The horror!
Hello, Ethanol. It's now been 3 raids. I haven't played the video game at all yet. We're gonna go over here so you don't see that. Hello. Hello, Lady Luniverse. Hello, Ethanol. Hello, Mike. How's it going? Breb. Yes, because it's really all of the salamander skill. There is salamanders there. Wait a minute. If all the new lizards didn't exist, you probably could actually get all lizards in one region. Now that salamanders exist in pre-cycles. That's kind of cool. If you do remix only, do pre-cycle creatures exist still? Or is that more Slugcat thing only? I don't know how that works. But yes, hello with it. How did stream go? What did you do for stream? Also, we're going to be speedrunning Saint. If you haven't seen Saint, and this goes for everyone that's played this game, but if you haven't seen Saint and you're playing Rain World, don't watch my stream. Please understand. This is also why I've been stalking. I haven't done anything. It's been 33 minutes. I'm sitting here. Ghost hunting in Phasmonia and then catch some fish. Oh. Fishy. Tomorrow is Rain World Art Month. The first day is Rivulet. Are you gonna become Rivulet Art? That's the real question.
They're here. This is bad.
Thank you for the follow, Lady Universe. Also, yes, still. I just want people to understand. Saint is very good. And it will not make any sense unless you play it yourself. And it's better you know nothing. It's okay to get spoiled in all the others if you just want to. But if you know how all the others go, all the other characters go, you should play Saint yourself. That's my question. No alert on screen. I think it's in the wrong order. Oh, that's unfortunate. Let me overlay. Aha. I have fixed it. Also, the chat came back. I completely redid my OBS again with new people here again. I posted the Twitter post that has all the art month prompts, so it'll all make sense. Chat is here now. Yes, I need to add transparency to it real quick. While I'm still thinking about it. Color correction. 60%. Need to take a nap now, I need to work in 3 hours. You do this to yourself and you know that. Because this always happens. How? He's toys of void fluid. Think I'm gonna finally finish my old vinyl concept for skate. I don't know. What do you mean by that? Hello, I must lurk. Well, thank you for stopping by. Hey, yes, please understand. I don't want to like push people away, but if you haven't seen Saint, don't watch this stream because I'm speedrunning Saint, and then I'm doing 3D modeling of commission. That'll go one way or the other. And unplug your computer. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna play Saint now. I mean literally none of it. Literally nothing. You shouldn't know even a single screen. Just because something could catch you, it's gonna bite you. I say this both as an extreme and just make sure. Alright. Have a good night, Ethanol. Thank you for stopping by. Oh. By that I mean I did a rough sketch, but I was around looking for artists to find already in a long time. Okay. Bandcamp for the other like 5 vanilla tracks and 30 that aren't on any album, I think. I'm not sure which tracks you're thinking of it specifically. I didn't skip the cutscene, that's fine. So this is still here. We could let's practice this part. Let's practice this part before we do anything. This is the hard part. I liked that one. Probably should just go for swimming stats instead of grappling strats there. Garbage City, Shuffle, and Old Growth. Aren't on anything else? They aren't? I know that. I did turn it down really low, I guess. Oh yes, I need to turn this on. There we go. Do y'all think I'm see-through? I can't tell. I am see-through. Guess that was Stoneheads. That was the big centipede, I'd be dead. That man slowed me down. Go in. That man just touches you and he makes you stop moving. Ancient Rabbon. What is this particular run about? So this is story, not any percent. So we're not trying to just finish the run really fast. We also have to get Moon and Pebbles in the way you think it is. I'm just loading a previous save so I can practice the end of the run real quick. Didn't know anything. And backwards. I didn't think it was that early. Odera. Okay, he did hit me. I should lay down there. Would be kind of bad for the speedrun. I'd say there's some bad rooms to it, but it's mostly just this one room that I'm talking about. There's definitely some not great mechanics going on. For the most part, it's fine, but it has some cheap tricks that I don't even think are fully intentional. He doesn't know. My best is a 102, like 50 something. As soon as I exit the any percent room route, yes. It's also different now. Also, find out how they got that effect to work there. They literally just hide one of those X things behind the wall, as I'm aware, at least. They did that in a few locations. It's like the shading's working. You can kind of see it when it's really bright. But I toned it down a lot from what it's supposed to be, just so you don't always see the ring shading. But there's be ring shading, and there'll be lighting actually coming from the game onto the thing. I'm still low on charge. Wow. If we make it that far, I'll show you which rooms are not amazing me, man. But for the most part, it's... I don't think there's random spawns outside of Guardian stuff. There can be a red lizard here, which I think we just heard him. Yep. There can be a lot of things in this room for just no reason. But I'm using a feature of a thing that I used to use a long time ago. This was like 2-3 years ago when I used it. Except I'd have to reset it every single time I changed to a different game. This method doesn't need that, but it's a different method. Instead of like before, it used to be like as if a screen was in front of my character, so everything would reflect onto the character. One, I've blurred it a lot, so you really don't even see it at all. But two, it doesn't do that, and I don't like it. It's just exactly where the character is overlaying. Get a look at that. This room can be bad, depending on if you get a Mural's Vulture spawn. Any room that forces you... That's unfortunate. Any room that forces you into a Guardian fight can be bad if something's already in the room. Or you have low charge to not destroy it immediately. This next room that we're about to get into can be bad. Right here, because the Mural's Vulture can fit through one wide pipes when it's unloaded for some unknown reason. And so it can literally be anywhere in that room. It's really cool. I'm gonna look at it. You can look at the video that I use because it's not specific to 3D modeling by any means. Terrible? Do you mean the murals, Vulture? So the fact that you need so much ability, you got a link later. I just had it open. I was talking to Drucky about it. Apparently Live 2D has a link to OBS just so it can just have that ability straight up. I might be wrong about that. But that's Live 2D, so you need the actual rigging. So, 2 red lizards here. Really bad. There's the second one. So it's really bad if you just enter this next room and they're in there. That's why I like to save here. Because I'm always low on stuff. I should probably charge my ability a lot in the farm array spot. Oh, good. Okay, we're gonna sit here for a little bit. So that means I get to send this to you. It's using 2 plugins I was already using, actually. There's 3 plugins, and then they also supply a LUT thing to help with when it's really, really bright. So it tones down the brightness. I don't really understand how that works, but... Okay. Just gonna snap your snaps. Didn't mean to cancel that. Yeah, that person's video was very helpful. So the other way is to pay for stream FX, which it used to be unpaid, and it was just what I did, and it had everything in it that you needed. If you're willing to pay for stream FX, just use stream FX, and not that way. That is the suggestion. Didn't know when paid. Yes, recently went paid. I tried to use my old version that I still had on my computer, and it didn't work. So I don't know what happened with that. Aww. How you can tell when you get a coyote jump because you also stick your tongue out. I'm going in. But yeah, their thing has like 3 different things that they use. But StreamFX just has all of that in it. But they all work very differently. So the thing about this method that I don't like compared to how I previously did it with StreamFX is it kind of it only reflects this part of the screen that I'm on. We're gonna stare at the scene you're not supposed to see in a second. Let me actually make sure it's all good. Lighting scene. So it's gonna be reflecting, it's reflecting this back onto the character. It's reflecting this first. This is the game, by the way, just blurred. It's reflecting this on the character, and then it's reflecting this on the character, which is a slightly... this is a slightly smaller version than my model. Except it's blacked out, so it'll only reflect on the outside of the model. Oh my goodness. Who's chatting the blur? Yes, because I have another scene that's every single display thing all at once. And so then I combine this and put all of this data into the 3D model. And I put it into this scene, and this scene only has 2 sources. So it's also a lot cleaner. There's a scene just for the VTuber, and then my overlay scene has all of my, has everything that I need in it, as well as the Discord audio, which I can't add integrated. So this just has the overlay, and then I just make sure that's in every scene, or put overlay at the end. Is how it ends up. And that's a screen that shouldn't exist yet. That's the BRB screen I didn't make. So that's what I've been kind of working for, is to have more scenes and less sources. So, that can be annoying, because if something really messes up, you gotta go, like, studio mode into checking the correct scene and fixing it from there. BRB screen spoilers. It's also why I want a different thing, or like a rotating images for like BRB or setting up screen. I'll call the Kobold. If you haven't seen Saint, don't watch. For like a couple seconds. But just making sure. Really is the exit of Pebbles room. Spoiler suck as in spoiler, you didn't count it as a spoiler. I think we do go faster just swimming straight up. I wasn't sure. No more video game. Okay. Now we're back. Is that the best coded? Yeah. Yeah. All the downpour creatures are overtuned in some way. And for the most part, it doesn't matter. Like the Aquapede, it just doesn't matter. Aquapede can see you so well. The sight visualizer doesn't have a color for it. If you're in line of sight. So if you're in line of sight of an Aquapede, it knows you're there. Period. You can't run. Spectre Vision? I haven't seen that. Yeah, we're actually gonna do a video game now. Oh wait, I set up live split too. Live split. Oh, I opened the wrong thing. No. It's like Downwards were by accident. Don't say that. Can't just say that. I don't know why they did it. But they did do that. Window capture. This one. 5 split. That's the splits editor. You're with me now? What does that mean? Hello, Tim. Yes. It's a real thin rate. It's stretch time. And I learned a lot in the process. I don't know. I mean, I didn't know they did that. If I did know, I would have told them this is not good. A lot of the stuff they did on purpose.
Blowing my mind
even
right
if it
now.
doesn't seem like it. Oh, hello, Val. Hello. You're doing well. I'm playing a video game. I'm currently trying to add a filter to this thing. Color correction. Yes. Chroma key. Yes. Straight black. If I do straight black, it takes everything. Never mind. Luma key. There we go. Much better. Thank you for 12 months subscription. Wow. On EP Tem now. Is Tem never not EP? Who knows? I was watching Kingo playing this, and now he asks, Kingo really like jumping in the acid. Understandable. Mimic chests, where? Was in Pain World today. They were doing all the challenges, and it was kind of rough. Did you win the Hunter thing, Val? I wasn't able to see your stream, but noticed that you were streaming. Also, I'm playing Saint. Will, you can't watch this. Ah. In my dream, you're in my dream. You're commenting about Hunter. Of course I was. But if you're playing Rain World, which like you said you were before, you can't watch it because it's Saint. You can't see Saint. It's illegal. I mean, you can really watch it if you don't think you're gonna finish Rain World, but Saint is the only one you can't see. Dreamy. I don't know how to respond to this. You know that. I'm not good at this. Our paths will meet again when I go to art in about an hour and a half. Playing the video game now. Being spoiled. Time to speedrun Rain World. If you want help with anything, you can always ask. Maybe even stream yourself. Remember, every run's a speed run as long as it's one segment long. So it can take 12 hours. That's okay. for Art Month, I think I'm gonna try to make 3D models but faster. Is my main thing. I did that previously for an Art Month 2 years ago, and it was very good. It's where the drop wig comes from, and the egg bug, and the lantern mouse, and all of those came out really well. I'm cheating, yes. Making stickers for Art Month. Are they physical stickers that I can eat? I don't know why I said that. Consume the stickers of a location though. You can just do it of a situation or of a creature. So if it's like submerged, just do an aquapede and then it just doesn't matter anymore. What? I don't know what you're talking about, sir. What do you want? I didn't say anything. But also, I just want to know if you're making actual stickers or if it was like the Discord big sticker things. Stickers can be tasty. Emmy stickers when you can make most of the stuff you already make stickers or enamel pins. They're kind of perfect for it if it's that simple. Depending on what people want, of course. Just need to be under 5 minutes. Could have did that better. I'm doing that one way better over time. Oh, just doing the tongue from a distance, then letting it come back and hit the thing, and then you just jump fluidly. But also, I don't know. I'm just thinking of buying art right now, because I've been thinking about like stickers or other emotes for my Discord, or just smaller things for my stream, but it's just like hard to say. Like I've been thinking about an actual overlay for my stream. I'd still want it to be minimalistic, but I kind of want something to be there. I like showing the game more than anything, which is my reason why I never got one before. And a college will show your progress. Will it? Oh, collage. I always get those mixed up when I read it fast. Also pretty busy in March. Yeah. These echo screens. When it's really bright, you'll notice it. When it's really dark, I purposely made it so it doesn't show up. The way they had their presets made it so it would just appear basically at all times, and I didn't like it. So now it only appears when it's like really bright. And it appears on all sides instead of just like on one side. Don't eat the berries. Okay, didn't do that right, but yeah, I wanted it to be subtle, but I wanted it to make sense, like right now. Of course, normally you wouldn't want your model transparent for this kind of thing, because you kind of get the color from the background anyway when you're transparent. But it adds that little extra that works, I think. I could make it go deeper into the model, but it doesn't like slow fade. I could make the fuzz a bit more, so it's more of a slow fade instead of just a harsh line. It is a slow fade, kinda. It's a pretty good fall. I don't know how to fall right here. Didn't work for Chimney Algor, segments didn't start when you hit there you go. Yeah. I haven't been looking at the auto splitter, I've got to be honest. So we gotta check that out. I just want it going. Just to see if something would happen. It might hide... Might be hiding the previous one, is the other answer. This is not good. He's seen us for too long. Yeah, he's going for us. If we're around. That was very strange. Kill him. Thought it was pipe yard for a sec. Pipe yardia? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Please jump. Okay, he left for some reason. Anti-grav. Yeah, they do that. Oh. The one thing that I don't like about this new setup is I can't adjust my model location and stuff like that easily. This might turn out poorly with him in front of us. Eek there. Remember, just they've always been there. They've always been there. Has not added in an update unless it was removed and then re-added. It is only for Saint that they are there. Surprised I didn't get a jump. Hello, Amber Summer. I don't want to be here. Why didn't you jump? Blind spot's about. It's not like the most useful thing to know either. It's such a weird spot for them. Even if it makes sense. How did you escape so quickly? I've never seen one actually make it to the pipe. Where did you go? Did you magically abstract? Nope. Okay. It's getting cold outside. I should probably not eat those, to be honest. Instead of clipping through it. They still clip through it, just they actually can move around in it. I got pulled down so fast it stunned me. Also, that deer was aggravating them, which is probably why we died. Tells me that's not good for the run. The auto splitter. Or is it? Still have the splits editor up. chimney echo appeared to not go off. All echo visits are checked off. No, Saint's just very cold. We could do that and just not notice. But no, I make Saint slightly different shades of what the color they're supposed to be, just to see if anyone notices. That's what I do. Kiwi Saint hours? This is basically the same colors. The sharp red doesn't really show up. Alright, we're gonna see if Chimney Echo actually does anything. It might be technically a different Echo ID. Cut it open, it's green inside. Oh, it's so hard to get through that spot. We're just gonna go anyway. Never mind. Thought about it. I'm gonna reset the timer. Tested it with Saint. That would make sense, but also it also like doesn't make sense why Saint would have different IDs. So open. Open. They just looked at this run, it's not that fun. I don't think you've even done this run, but this run's a lot more interesting than a lot of others to me. Gonna do Spearmaster? Is that what you're saying, Meme Man? Saint can do a lot more than a lot of others can. There's a few places that aren't great. Just don't find Saint fun to play. I can get that. There's so much, like just this whole sequence that just happened that I think is great. And there's a lot of specific movement that Saint can only do, given their properties of their tongue. Was the Sainting gone? We had a problem with the Yeek. And the auto splitter appears to not work. I'm not going the right way. Didn't even grab it. I make them act just as buggily as... What does that mean? You gotta use the funny mechanics. Gourmand Food Quest is a good run, and that's not a joke. Spearmaster Story is not a good run. Even with passages allowed. Did we have that on speedrun.com, by the way? We never really went back to that, did we? Spearmaster Story with passages allowed. Could be a different category. It should be a different category. Okay. In between challenges, actually. Are you doing anything? Are you doing it as a speed run, or are you just doing it in general? First playthrough, okay. The Sky Islands echo doesn't work for splitting. If you're able to tell Rec that I still Brones. Will you skip Gourmand at first? Yeah. You either love or hate Gourmand. Besides the music, it's pretty much objectively unfinished. Okay. I'm not sure which things you hate so much about it. A lot of stuff is already there. Gourmand hater here. Because if you think it's unfinished, it's the same thing with Ice Toblerones. It's just as finished as base game ever was. And pretending as if base game was so much better is not true. I don't think they exceeded on some kind of the execution. I mean, do you have an example of something in particular? Not about Cambridge just too harshly. I mean, Gourmand tiredness is an issue that I'm not the biggest fan of, but it does limit him in probably the only way they could reasonably. One thing I kind of wish was the thing was having another button for a lot of stuff instead of pressing two buttons at the same time. Almost came out of the sky. I mean, there's definitely things Downpours have problems with, but the stuff it was really going for, I think it does good. Because the focus is a lot different from base game. Also played it for years. I mean, that's how most people feel. And I definitely get that. But I really just want to move on. I don't want to play the same thing over and over again. Shouldn't do that. The one I had before was so much better than this one. But I will definitely say there's definitely a good amount of issues that more Slugcats did launch with. It's not like they didn't know though. But the game has to launch. When changing it from the mod to the downpour, a lot of issues happened as well. You know, I thought I could do funny things there, and I was kind of right, but I got really confused when the screen transitioned. Save file and ending was the worst. I feel like they're doing a lot better with the save file stuff now. Also, we've heard that there's gonna be backup saves, by the way. Sort of like how Ori and the Blind Forest works, if you know how that works. Oh, they posted another thing. Now be working for a console launch. Yeah, there's definitely been problems. Thoroughly buggy void endings. Some of Vanilla's lore characters and tone don't fit Vanilla was trying to achieve. There's a lot of stuff. Didn't reach its full potential driven issues, deadline miscommunication. Picture than the base game. Okay. The only thing that I get is the AI part of that. I definitely get the regions being worse in a lot of situations, just because it's clear that War did a lot more work on like the art and graffiti side of it. Sometimes it definitely feels like there should be more there for some rooms, especially like Bitter Airy. Yeah, I definitely get that. The tone different from Vanilla, it's because it is. It was never meant to be the same as Vanilla, and it never could be again. If it was the same thing as base game, it wouldn't work, in my opinion. A lot of the problems with development issues has been and will be fixed. Honestly, pretty much all of it's already been fixed at this point. I definitely, from the inside side, a lot of stuff was pushing for a deadline, and from what I understood, it was basically only Andrew at a point. So, things gotta be what they have to be. And given what it came out, the base idea still actually existed, which is good. It was pretty good. That's good. Glad you liked it. Did you play the first one or the second one or both of them? Lost all Marine when I enabled you on day one. It's unfortunate. It's kind of stuff like that as well. At least I didn't break everything. I reset everything personally. And I never had problems with save files like everyone else appears to do. I gotta not press up. I'm getting it now. Skipping through the pipe is so funny to me. I feel like a lot of people don't like the regions a lot more, but I'm not sure. More available save slots. I think the backups will be extremely useful. I don't understand why I can stand on the grass there. It keeps happening. But the backups will prevent just game crashing. It's like how the base game had it so a creature could lineage into nothing and it would brick your save. Just things like that will just happen. Just having that for the future is good. Metropolis I thought came out nice, but at the same time it just feels like, and I also get it, like feels like there should be more in a lot of ways. You go very linear through a lot of places. Like Outer Expanse is pretty linear. Metropolis is pretty linear. Submerged is too big. Bitter Airy feels like there could be more. Pipe Yard shouldn't exist. Those are the problems. I think the Rot's great for what it is. Doesn't mean you have to like it. They're connected to Seville ahead. They also gotta work around everything. A lot of stuff that was made for Downpour originally was made for a different region idea, then was repurposed to be something else. I guess I'm not sure what you mean by interconnectedness, because a lot of stuff is still based off of base things. The thing's bugged out. I gotta re-enable all the mods and fix that. Pipe Yard connects the middle places. We are going to farm now. There is definitely some things I wish they did. They're only present when the DLC is activated. It's just kind of how it is now. Because I don't know what they're planning yet, but it seemed clear to me that, the way everything's set up, that James and Noir are going to have, when they update the game with their stuff, which it seems like they are working on stuff, it's not going to interact with the Downpour stuff at all. I mean, one of the biggest things about Downpour Update is the remix just by itself, which is one of the biggest parts. Why? Okay, thank goodness. There is definitely parts I wish geometry-wise was different for gameplay. This room is terrible. There's a lot of base game rooms that are just not good. Pretty much all of Sky Islands. Just on a macro scale. Fire was the dice first an artifice region when everyone wasn't able to fix them together and make it a the game launch. That doesn't seem the correct direction. I don't remember ever hearing it. It was an artificer region. Specifically. But, yeah. Pipe Yard was not supposed to be what it ended up being. Hello, but at the end of the day, it's a different artist doing their own take. It's gonna be very different. And at times, they purposely, and they'll say this, they purposely did take the hit the quality just to have rooms there. Which, it's not like base game doesn't have that either, but at the same time, if we just look at the past rooms I just went through in Farm Arrays, every single one of these has graffiti in the background, which is real good. Real good. Feels real good to go through this area of Farm Arrays. A lot of quality life changes, yeah. Also, yeah, I don't understand. Does it really Pipe Yard exists in 1.9? Why? Like, that doesn't make sense. The best addition made to the base game maps is Gutter. I love Gutter, actually. Gutter is so good. just on the connection it provides. There's like a bunch of side rooms that I don't even know what it looks like. But thoughts on the precipice? I feel like it should be connected to the rest of the I feel like the top of precipice to the rest of shoreline should be connected for more campaigns. It's kind of disappointing that it isn't. I'm kind of unhappy about it. So I'd love to do rivulet going down that area. Obviously you can have it connected to moon, but man, I wanna enter shoreline from the exterior. Okay, that's unfortunate. Game version varies on my pipe yard, isn't it? Yeah, that's why I don't think it's in it at all. Pretty much nothing changes. Geometry-wise, if I'm not wrong. I hoped they changed the one lineage into nothing that breaks your save. If a game version very also, I still just want to say, all the issues, although they are significant issues on terms of an artist scale, people who've never played Rain World before Downpour literally can't tell. I've never heard of someone new to Rain World being like, wow, this must be a Downpour section because it's much worse quality-wise. Something like that. I definitely get it. I'm not gonna say I don't notice it at times. There's definitely a lot of very, very good parts. Not Downpour gets. Aren't media literate. At the end of the day, when it comes to me, I just want to play the game, and the game isn't negatively impacted by rooms like this maybe not looking as good as a lot of other places. All of just Saint's stuff, just the shader, the snow shader is so good. Why are all 4 of you here again? Sometimes none of them are. There's 5 of them. Sometimes none of them are here, and sometimes all of them are here. You wouldn't dare. Fight him. Oh my goodness. I don't even know how to explain what just happened. We were so close. The shelter is right there. I don't just like this part, I just wish the bears stay. Yeah. I kinda feels like there just needed to be one more person helping work on it. Like, the biggest thing that I want to see is more macro decisions and for geometry, and more micro with just graffiti.
You are kind of blowing my mind right now.
I love that so much. Oh, thank you for subscription, Favorite. Now you have the wave emote. When will you convert to having a yellow hand? You cannot escape. The yellow hand disease is real. For literally no reason. I mean, it is kind of funny, isn't it? The yellow hand party. Yes. Why people like Riverland Saint story-wise, either the weakest campaigns in terms of story. Because it's easy to tell what happens. And you do something significant. Gourmand is literally vibe into people probably don't even know what he does actually. Is that something you really pick unless you played a lot of them? I've ever, yeah. Oh yeah. I'm also not gonna say all the stuff by the devs. I still also listen. Silly Skull Game 0, 10, yes. Terrible. Also, I still want to say, just to make sure we're not at it at any point, I don't want to say anything, if it is sound like I'm saying that, if it sounds like anything I'm saying is directly insulting you, that's not what I'm trying to go at, me man. Just, I'm always gonna go after all the good stuff when it comes to this mod and the DLC. It's not good. I like the changes to the spiders. Them becoming literally invisible when it's dark coloring. Why is this happening? I need to not be pressing right. And underhang so good. I wish... I did like how they interconnected a lot of it. I guess the new Sky Islands is Precipice as Spearmaster. Now that I'm thinking about it. Just how annoying that is. Definitely happy to be high quality original mod rooms and an official vanilla rooms of regular quality. Modded stuff overall, yeah. Oh yeah. It's not like someone just threw it together without thinking about it. It just feels like there should be more. Sometimes. Feels a little too clean, if that even makes sense. Like this room doesn't feel clean, and it's great. I love it. I love this area. I don't even know what that is. Giant mushroom, light mushroom. And you get to the areas where you see snow in the background. Really like it. Go away. Back off. Stop. Go mushies. And then you get a spider that enters this room to the left before you do, and then it's literally blocking the way, and it cannot be moved by any situation unless you go a few rooms away so it unloads. Yeah. That's just a testing issue. I'm surprised I didn't run into that. I think I did report that, actually. It is kind of a problem. There was some communication. There was a decent bit of communication problems. But you just gotta get the thing out the door. Then practically playable, I think. It depends on the place. Most present temporary item, yes, I would definitely agree with that. A lot of just the Saint shader over everything, to me, is the best part. of that. Also, I was completely unable to read what Tesla wrote. Classic models are like the strongest complaints I can live against. The mast for 1.9 was that the sky bridge be about 4 times higher or something, because then we retconned the scale of the complex. I'll leave it that way. I don't know how that works. I don't know how anything about the mast. I did go up the mast one time in 1.5. I've decided I'm going under. Sometimes I feel like I should not go through Mirosbird land and go down through the other direction. Oh my goodness. Is that a rock? No. There we go. Way worse than Zennies in my book. The spiders exist to hate you as Saint, and that's it. Messed it up. I should have went upwards on it. Or chill most of the time, yes. And you have, I have swallowed DLL on still. Nice. Mysterious lantern. Spiders I think are great. For the most part, it's just really bad for Saint. Because they can just straight up grab you, which they normally can't if you're not playing Saint. Swallows DLL. If you have an empty stomach, it'll put a DLL in your stomach. So when you spit something out, it'll be a DLL. Displace or kill overgrown spiders. So the big thing about spiders' weakness is that if you touch its back, it'll just leave. It'll just leave. It can't handle that. Also, I have the tinnitus mod on. Kill him. I didn't want that. Why do you have to be here? Oh, I didn't think. There's like a small amount of lag when you're moving so fast. Camouflaging his blue fruit. Where's the more tinnitus mod? You can make that. We should have most of the same mats done in a month or two, I think. What does that mean? ...200 meters in the air and die. The wolf spiders have a really hard time killing you. If you stand still, they really just can't hit you. The rest of the cycle. Guys in Jolly tonight's permanent. Whoever the camera is on and they die, yes. Yeah, a lot of the songs carry a lot of stuff. brought me to the right. Oh, it's so hard to do that. So perfectly dismal. Why are you doing this, Tesla? What's happening? All the new songs lag the game. I don't really understand how that could have been an issue. I understand why they wouldn't notice it. I never noticed it before the game launched, and then we basically noticed it very quickly. I'm soggying Coal Saint. Don't do it! No! No! You can go through the ball, by the way, it's not a problem. Say the line, Bart. I think it works great. It makes perfect sense. In my opinion. Most people don't even know. It makes perfect sense to me. What else do you want? Should have omitted the random gods line. The whole point was the random gods line. I know you're saying that's the problem, but if they didn't say random gods, it's still the same, and it's still exactly what they would have said. Oh, it just makes it funny that they said that. Have drought SOS. Would you? Would you, though? I don't think you would. I don't think anyone wants that. Please understand.
This is bad.
Hello, Sir Shadow is cool. Hello. We're playing Saint. If you haven't seen Saint before, I recommend maybe you don't watch. But I understand. You do. Business Square, have you not seen that one? That's one of the two new ones, by the way. Along with the Artificer one. Oh. Recognize that artist. They worked on Downpour. Please. That was so unfortunate. Never seen that before. It's a recent thing. Where can I find that image? On my stream and nowhere else. You can't do this to me. Oh, it's true. It doesn't exist anywhere else. The word artificer? Yes. I will do it on purpose. Every time. I don't even know what the real pronunciation is anymore. I have to be honest. I don't know. Design Spearmaster. They're the one that did most of that. Lachlan. They go by Minky Milo. And they also go by another name. Artificer. Whitepaaws. I'm not paying attention and wall pouncing. Artificer. Artificer. Being default on. That is questionable decision. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We'll stand up on our creation when suddenly warmed. Yes. Artificer. Artificer. I really just don't notice the difference. I mean, I know there's a difference. But I just don't care. I'm at 25 cycles. Oh, too high. There's only so many good rooms to do Saint movement. All those Bruder Blokian. Well, we get to see which ones actually worked. Oh, it looks like it's only had the one wrong, actually. Which is the chimney one. No, the Scions one's not working. The rest of them have been. So we're just testing all of them. We're also gonna test if entering Rubicon actually works, because I have that one as a split too. That word specifically. There's so much rocks here. I don't have enough food? Usually I do just off of eating that. Boy. Eat the rocks? No, there's berries. That's why it doesn't matter. Probably should just sit in there, but it's fine. Drink the bitter. There is a mod to eat rocks. Why? Just going backwards next time. Maybe something like a ceilings is high, opportunity to swing around. A lot of base game geometry actually becomes useful for once. I will say though. But it's also kind of weird that a lot of the really good Saint movement exists more in base game area. I definitely get that. Although it's definitely impassable for some other, or at least base game slug cats. They did make Metropolis possible for base game slug cats. I know that. Although I was never part of that. Also, you can't go up in this room, right? In the rivulet room of this, you can. But I don't think you can as Saint, which I thought was a little strange. In terms of movement, though. I don't know about that. Just being in Sky Islands, I think, is good, though. Need to think about that. Those poles there. Movement tech that passed through it. The movement tech is not reasonable, and you know that. Metal singer. Are you a gravel consumer, Ice Toberons? I still think they probably should change it so Gourmand doesn't get their aerobics up and get tired from just existing around creatures, but that's how it works. Time to sleep. Okay, goodbye. Desire to eat rocks. From non-movement slugs. Metropolis was always meant to be possible for Survivor, because you can spawn there for Expedition. And there used to be a feature which no longer exists, where you could restart a Survivor or Monk campaign where you would start from a random shelter. That used to be a thing. And you could show up in Outer Expanse. It's like a 2.5 mechanics team to this. Yeah. That's how I feel about it. But you can definitely make it work really good. Randomly submerge. I don't know if you can do that. I feel like Bitter Aery's okay, but there's also like nothing there. Way too harsh for new players. I feel like, no. I feel like if you're purposely punishing someone who's experienced at the game, you're not making the game for the right reason. I almost went the wrong way a second ago. So we're making okay time. Anti-fun mechanic. Gourmand would be so overpowered if he didn't have it. So I don't know. It's hard to say. %, the most fun to look at. I mean, yes. What's happening here? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! That's true campaign. You don't like the downpour ones, then yes. I still find Rivulet and Saint to be fun. Although Saint is only great for the speedrun, I wouldn't really say that for just casual playing outside of the first time. Has no natural predators except for himself. One day he will eat himself. It is true. The ancient texts foretold this. Or make Gourmand fun. I think the slide damage isn't that good, to be honest. But it does get the stun you. Being able to be bitten, and why does that happen every time? I have to be like, okay. Why? I get slightly brought to the left. Doesn't work. It's like a weird extra box there. Would be very OP, yes. Oh, yes. I think there's a mod for that, though. One creature 5 times a second. Rolls are 1 damage? I think so. Which is why the rolls are more useful for killing things. Also, what do you guys think about the lighting we've had on the 3D model so far? Should I have the ring light exist at all times? Instead of only when it's like really bright? Which is how I have it now. Russ, my favorite one, I don't have to stop to eat, I can just build ladders. Make anything in a move. He's like, Chamberlain, yes. The problem is, sometimes you're in places where a lot of things are already dead. Can you stop? Lighting good right now. I guess I'm just thinking just having more lighting. They still using Meep? Yes, right now. Tomorrow is the day of reckoning for Meep, probably. I might work on something else. So I think that's the next thing. Consistency Hunter has. Depends, because it kind of goes both ways of which one's better. Where's the 4th one? Why did I drop the other one? Did it only drop 3? They stole on his back off his parents. I feel like it doesn't make that much sense. I guess I should have just went through to the next area and then got the bubble fruit. We'll do that next time. I'm unhappy if I don't get all 4 there. Where was the 4th one? Where did it go? Why did it do that? Hello, Dreki. Whoa. Dreki doing well. I've looked at the thing you sent me. Well, I'm not going to say exactly right here, but I'll message you later about it. I am using the lighting thing right now, though. I toned down the lighting a lot so that I don't get the ring light when it's dark. So I only get it when it's really light. Which, depending on what you want, might be what you want. Okay, didn't even pick it up. Color correction even with the LUT sometimes. Seem to soften brights. Seems to work alright. I might mess with it again so I do get the ring light when it's dark. Still need 5 in shoreline. 5 for what? Oh yeah, I know there's a lot in shoreline. That's all I know. Just gonna leave. Feel like their speedruns are less interesting. Meanwhile, they're the most interesting to most people that are actually running them. Which is weird that you say that. It's just, no one just wants to do base movement so much, and Riv has a lot more than you think they do. They all have things that you don't use in normal gameplay. Riv having wall pounces is huge. I'm going the wrong way. Haven't watched Riv Runs. Riv Runs is the most mechanically inclined run that Rain World has. Burn. And there's the plank. Artificer, of course you're using the ability, but it is a lot more than that. Especially with the fighting through everything. It's a lot of tongue movement, tongue jank. You have to do it right, though. And it's obviously not just that. It's not like you just press button and you just win. How tongue jank? There's a lot of weirdness to it. That's hard to explain, that you can do once you're really good at it. Just the fact that you jump out of the tongue is the weird part. And it allows a lot of extra movement you wouldn't normally. Because there's effectively 3 states you can now use your tongue in. Depending on the situation you're in. I didn't know that just killed you. Also, you can't just break it either. Well, I don't know. Stonewall sheltering is the favorite bit. Being able to get outside of the shelter. Use revolve or just for funny? It's useful for the Sky Islands rest. And you can only do it on a upwards facing spot. It's like almost useful for the sub rest, but I'd have to test it more. It's a lot of rain. Well, not exactly rain. Hello, the construction.
They're here. This is bad.
Hello. Thank you for the fall. If you haven't played Saints, maybe don't watch. For spoilers. Well, that's up to you, of course. Jellyfish slingshot. I don't know about that. Throwing a child good. I don't know if going down here is better. Especially with the jellyfish there now. I think that's why I didn't go down before. But also, I still would say, if something seems like jank, just means you don't understand the movement. You gotta figure it out. Okay. Water time. Hello, water. Hello. Drop wood. Oh, because of the death and just me going slower. We're already way behind. Feel like sending this again, you understand the yellow hand disease. When will you get yellow hand disease, Rivotter? It's the real question. Yellow hand disease. I should have took the upper path. That's fine though. Mango snail. We hate snails. Do not celebrate him. I should not go up. Miss said question. Yellow hand disease. Yellow waving hand disease. When will you get the yellow hand disease? Need to use the tongue there. I boosted into it. I messed that up. Starting running when I've never been accessible.
See you in my nightmares.
Thank you for a subscription as well. You escaped. No textual guides, information, and mostly in heavy scattered information and glitches. Hard to come by. Catch up with the year of medicine and speed and movement. Well, we're always open to talking, and yes. No one's ever asked until right now. I will also say. And I am intending to make guides. Just with me and a lot of other people. Been able to do that. And outside of that, I have made guides. Already. A lot of them are... I don't need to eat this. With all of the... All of my GDQ submissions essentially are guides. I should kind of contextualize them as that more. I need to remember that. Because every time I stream, at least, I'm going over every single little bit. This is terrible. But it is something we've been thinking about. And it is hard to properly go through everything and know what someone needs or doesn't need. I didn't think he would turn back, actually. This upside another dolphin on the white. Air flip forward. What? What does that mean? I'm confused. Red centipede flavor. It's hard to properly say a guide because so much is not fully right yet. And as kind of said before, when it comes to speedrunning, because everything's not fully right, it's kind of just whoever knows what's going. Any other way of conveying information? I don't see how text guides will work because no one will read them, and I know that because I made some and no one ever talked to me about it. I'm surprised that people ever looked at them. It just doesn't feel like text, like you said before, is really a good way to do that. I mean, you probably should do that. I've tried to make multiple guides before, but it just doesn't work because something is wrong. It's not fully right. And I have done the commentated parts just to know how people talk about what's going on. And that's kind of most of it. And a lot of the stuff that I do is kind of what just Wild just said, is just text and image cover the document. No. Oh no. Try to just steal all this stuff. Tech Wiki has various slots for empty guides. I don't even know anything about the Tech Wiki. I've got to be honest. Hello, Capu Trap. When will Capu Trap make Artificer Guide? That's the real question. Did that run wrong? Dev Tools Guide coming out? No. The relevant mechanics listed. Will pin teleport the toll? I mean, that's how it works. Because everyone will just do the one way, because that's the one way provided. And no one tries anything else. It's not easy because there's always something wrong. Or you just want to keep working on it. Like, I'm still working on getting better at this, and I don't feel like I can properly do a guide because I'm not doing everything right. And I'm not really ever going to get to the point where I am going to be doing everything right. So it just feels wrong. Because I've had multiple instances where like, yeah, I should make a guide on this, but like, oh, we need to make this better. Because I know this part is lacking. But honestly, I should just do commentary runs again, except do it explicitly in a way to help people learn and what I would suggest to do to get better. Because I wouldn't do that just off of a run. Let me in. Let me in. You wouldn't do this. Yep. That isn't the wiki. I mean, We all talk. When I want to know how someone does something, I'm just going to ask them about it. This is mine now. So people can always figure it out. It's not like we don't want to work together. Nor that there isn't some level of material. I'm working on a Twitch integration video. I'm a bit over halfway. And I will probably work on it after, but kind of what Wild said again. When I'm not working on other stuff, I just want to play Rain World, not work on Rain World. That's kind of, it's probably how most people feel about a lot of things. Wiki got to a point where just so many people needed just the basic information. Surprised it didn't die there. And there's already a framework of people who care about it. Hello, Boopy Fox. A special man! Back here. Fandom? Yeah, I don't understand why fandom exists. They can't get rid of it. Kind of like what I just did right there. People don't know you can just do that. If a drop wig hasn't just dropped from a ceiling, it won't attack you. Because it exists to run across things, pick them up, and then stick on a ceiling and then drop and then attack you. Or even left on Phantom? I have no idea. Someone... Apparently someone on the wiki was like, someone used the Fandom wiki on a video. Fate worse than death. Is there correct information on there? I don't know. I'm glad they finally put the little image on the Murhazy wiki to know that it's actually the correct one. Cuddle bug. Part of the difficult cultures in mapping projects so I can really understand it. Yeah. We'll say we all want more people to play. I especially. But sometimes you just worry about other things. Oh. I think I will try to make a Rivulet and Saint guide. I think I'm gonna... I don't know how detailed I want to go, though. Because to go so detailed that it's just like, yes, it's perfect. That's so much work. If I can just be like, alright, I'm gonna go over this run that's 40 minutes... for like 2 to 3 hours, then I can explain it. But also, that's like 2 to 3 hours of a video. Enter engine without ad blocker. Tesla loves ads. It's a lot of work. No, I mean, just like, if I just did a video and it's a 2 to 3 hours of a video, and I just posted it, and I didn't edit it at all, that's 2 to 3 hours of a video that someone has to watch to know how to do the run. Who actually wants that? I've already been told, hey, no one's going to watch a guide over 10 minutes. I've already been told that, and so I constantly think about that. And that's the other reason why I don't do guides as much, because I want to make it good enough that I can just condense everything. The any percent guide Ice Tobrones just posted was 2.5 hours. Did you put that on YouTube yet? It should be on YouTube. I think purely just routing the needed mechanics and really time investing was all need for 9%. So I want to do the 3 levels. So if we're going through a major thing, I want to tell you how to do it if you're just starting for the first time, what you want to do when you're comfortable, and then the strat that you would do when you're going for the best time in the world is generally the 3 things you want to say. And so my also idea was to use Monk Hunter and Survivor VTuber, and whatever one you see at that time is me talking about that level of difficulty. Put Subway Surfers and keep attention? No. Just going on for. I did watch the. Where is it? I mean, it's kind of different when it's like, you know, down the rabbit hole. I watched all of the EVE Online 6-hour video. That is one of the highest well done videos, and even then it was obvious there was so much missing information. Stuff like that. I watched Too Many Gorillas 7 or 8 stars speedrun. I also did that because I had to approve it. People absorb the info, and I don't see how you mean that, because a lot of things can't be spoken or put in text at all. You have to see it. If you don't see it, it doesn't make sense. Because this is all just how you see it. Well, you need to press these inputs at this time. It's a video, not so much because it's easier to make. It's a video because if you don't see it, it's so hard to explain, especially with some of this more involved stuff. Like if I just showed you the beginning of the run where I get out of the shelter, if you just saw that and you just copy exactly what I do and just don't think about it, you could just do it. It's not that hard. I was never told that Saint could use the tongue to get out of their shelter. The moment I saw it, I was like, yeah, of course it works like that. Then I just did it myself and then got out. No one ever taught me it. I just saw a video for less than a minute showing that you could do it, and then I just did it. It's kind of stuff like that. For speed running, I think it's better in comparative to GIF and text stuff. That's why it's normally stuff like that. Of course, there's definitely text stuff. I have never read a text document for speed running. It's really hard to see TV through text. Yes. Oh, yes. For any of the movement stuff, if there's text about it, I don't care. I don't care. What I want for movement stuff is Tekken level combo videos, where if you play Tekken and you go into practice mode, you can have it play a combo for you, and it makes like wood hitting wood sounds for when you should press each button. So you know exactly the timing just off of sound, as well as visually seeing it, of when what buttons they're pressing and in what order. Because the timing is really tight, and like if you do the same input combo but you're slightly slow at any point, it just doesn't work. So the sound also keeps you tight on that. So can't see TV too. I mean, I barely know how it works. I can do the climb up of wall if it's completely flat. That's kind of fun. We're gonna finish Rubicon, and then I think I'm gonna change to something else. But I don't know. I think what run would you want to see a guide of me, man? I could probably run through run. It would be me literally just doing the run, and I pause at certain points so I can talk about certain things, and I would do the same thing, the same room a few times in a row just to show different things you could do. It'd probably be stuff like that. I'm pretty sure that there is a Riv story guide. And it's the one that CC made. And it is definitely for someone who wants to know everything It goes through every small detail a lot. Probably should do Journey in Ascension again. Running for Pebbles is pretty easy. Yes. Especially, we used to say Pebbles was really hard. And now it's kind of like, oh, Pebbles is actually easy compared to all the other MSC percent guide. No. Inv guide? No. Hello, Blue. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and I'll be right back. Oh. One problem with my setup here is it's so much harder to move this. I'm escaping. Can't stop me. Goodbye. Hello. Someone needs to remind me that I must have the video that I have been working on be done and sent out to YouTube. By the end of next week, so I can stop just thinking about that and thinking about other things instead. 100% yes. Yes, that's the joke. Hello, Pico Kitty. Editing. Is that really that interesting? Also, I've had my game audio way too high, and I don't think anyone said anything about that. I'm sorry if it was too loud. Bloopy, you're not supposed to see this. It's illegal. Why were you watching anyway? You shouldn't watch Saint at all. Until you finish it. Ban them from everything, Revolver. Was still just an I think we could hear you the whole time. Weird. Because I know it was way too loud. Favorite region in Saint? They're all really good. I do like Pebbles area. Did my split for entering Rubalon actually go off, by the way? Go visit Five Pebbles? No. Rubalon. I wish I could see more. I'm thinking about animated emotes again, but I don't know who would make them. Good thing about these little tight tunnel parts are you can get ability back in them. What kind of emotes are we talking about? Do you want me to send it to you? I feel like what I want might be more detailed than what you would like. As amazing emotes. Well, Temmie made me the wave emote, which is the best emote ever made. So I would agree. Who is Temmie? I don't know. I always try to get a good grapple through here, and it never works. Okay. Potato. Get a roll there. Go away. See if I can do it. I literally bookmarked the video of it, so I'm gonna get it up right now. Because I was thinking about it before stream. I'm posting it here. I want this, but it's Artificer. We're like 3 memes deep here. I don't even know what's happening. I want to attempt. Okay. We'll see what happens. I don't think you can move Slugcat's head like that. This is so funny. It is funny. Why did the bird do that? Oh, goodness. Microsoft bugged aggro. They don't seem as bad as they used to be, but they're still gonna prioritize you over everything else. I think it would be good if they prioritize lizards over you just because they're bigger. But that'll never happen. Oh! Yep. Wow. I sure am skillful and not at all lucky. It'll work, I'll try to polish it. Okay. Feel like that's really hard to make work. It even like barely works for the bird, even though he literally did it. We're gonna have a timer? Yes. We just rarely ever see it. Because people are so scared anyway, and they all save a lot. Like, I've only seen it in one person's casual playthrough. Although I haven't seen a lot of Rubicons, to be honest, because I've missed a bunch. Ooh. Rubalon, you don't see me. Thought he was still alive for a second. I'd gone mad with it. Oh, I forgot running out of the ability sends you flying. We pretty much finished it anyway. I think I had for exactly what happens. Just listen to these noises. Nachos will never be the same. Oh, I'm just looking at stuff right now. So I want to see, did this get turned off? It did. Very important. Okay. I have killed Rainwald. It's over. It's all over. No more Rainwald. Let me see. Artfish can come out of hiding now. We're gonna do 3D modeling now. Also, I did get all of Twitch. The Twitch Torrential Trepidation Tournament stuff on YouTube. That was good. Because it messed up on Twitch. A bunch of stuff did not save correctly, but I did download it all. Gonna head to bed? Alright, thank you for stopping by, Wiblo. I'm attempting to find music, but there is no music. Music isn't real. I just had one up, and I don't know where it is. There it is. I don't have a scene for Blender yet. Tunic, yes. Tuning your ick. Mentally, Temmie is here. So much harder to move things now. Oh, why your neck so big? Who said you could have a big neck? I'm only gonna do this for like an hour. We are already in line with this shoulder. We've kind of been doing everything for the left side though, so we'll continue and try to buff this out to over here. This is kind of like weird to me, but it's actually really good. The more and more I look at it, like it's like there's like too much. Some of these squares are so much bigger than they probably should be. I should probably bring up a lot of these nodes here. Big neck is just fluff? No, I mean yes, but it's still thick neck is fluff, so we're still gonna have it to like in here, just like this size. But it's still tall neck. But where we ended last time was I'm happy with this topology here, and we're gonna push everything better into place now. And I have a point to extrude my arm and my head when I want to. I might make the head a separate object initially, just so I can manipulate it easier. Although I like having everything a single mesh if I can. What we're probably gonna do is the base body, the undertone of everything, is gonna be a single mesh, and then we're gonna add fluff wherever fluff is needed. And those are gonna be potentially extra things. Also, I will stream Saturday. It'll be Metal Gear Solid. And it will be amazing. Metal Gear is so funny. It is honestly some of the best streams I've had. I'm just playing games recently otherwise. Metal Gear Solid. I've finished the first and the second one. We're playing the third one right now. I've only played 6 hours in so far. There's 5. Yes, I'm aware. I played the 5th one before. That was the only one I had played previously. I've played Revengeance as well. I don't think that counts. I don't think that counts. I don't know how you play 4 on PC. That's my only problem. Just thinking about how I want to push this around. I want to push everything up, I believe. Smush this in. I need to bring up my reference model. It has to be on PC, unfortunately, yeah. I don't know how you'd even get that access. Okay, I have my reference model now. Let's look at this. Let's move the shoulders into place first. I think will be my goal. Yeah, 3's good. 3's the one that's gonna be remastered or whatever, right? I think that's the one being remastered. Snake Consumer.
Back, you maniacs!
Hello. Hello, Snipey. How was stream today? I'm gonna wait a second to make sure you actually exist, but hello. Hello everyone from Snipey's Raid, I'm Ice37. I normally speedrun Rain World, but today I am doing stuff for 3D modeling. I also do 3D modeling, which is why I have this VTuber here. And so I'm working on a commission for a friend of mine. And I'm trying to buff out the shoulders to fit better before I move on to the neck and the arms a bit more. And then I'm going to move stuff around. We'll just go from there. But hello. How are you doing? What did you stream today? You were doing that Aliens game, right? I don't know anything about that other than that I know it's like a 4-player co-op kind of thing. Which seems alright. But I hope that was good. Hello. Also, I completely redid my OBS, and I'm trying this new lighting thing, where if you see the kind of the ring light and otherwise lighting of my character is because of, well, the background and anything that's on the screen at the time. So I was testing with that. Have you always been see-through? Yes. Yes. That's always been true. But now I'm getting light from the scene in general and the ring light. I could send you the video I went off of if you want that. Could mess with that a little bit. Otherwise, you can use stream effects, or you can use the method that I'm using because I didn't want to pay for stream effects. Because now it's paid when it didn't used to be. I love Wake's lighting. Wow. Wowie. Using a funny method? What does that mean? You might be using the thing. 3-7 seem to all pause on each other. That's kind of what I'm doing. Even though I probably don't need to do that. It's just easier. Oh, you use that vid? Okay. So you are doing the same thing. I have problems with it because it only reflects the thing directly around you. Instead of like the whole screen, like you're sitting in front of a screen. So I'm gonna mess with it a bit. I already have, so I don't get ring light off of dark stuff. Didn't like how dark it made my model, though. I changed a lot of stuff, so it didn't make my model as dark. Generally. Even though we're in a really light scene right now. Stream effects stuff worked a lot better. You could look at the stream effects thing, which I could probably also send you that. If you've ever seen that one either. It literally comes up with the thing I'm thinking about. This is the other solution. That was the one I used in the past. And I liked it a lot when I used it. It's like, StreamFX is paid, and I don't care about trying to figure it out right now. I just don't want to pay through Patreon, I guess is my problem. Save this model before I forget. 29. Use the manual method I have built when you to cut my ring on the scene lighting. Have you done a lot of funny things far beyond what that video does? Because there's definitely a lot of blur extra things that you could do. I haven't done it the way they did it, and I didn't have the ring lighting either, which I think is funny.
They're here. This is bad.
Hello, I'm legit. I promise. Hello. How's it going? I'm gonna figure out how to bring this shoulder up without breaking everything. Use your brain. Use your brain. You're too powerful. You gotta make YouTube video and become famous for figuring it out, Snipey. It's the only way. The future depends on you. It's complicated and dumb. It's probably good then. To not worry about it too much. I need to bring this line up. And turn this down for me. There we go. I did get my closed captioning thing set up though, which is good. All of these scenes just by the footage of the model. Only additive. That's good. 3D art. Hello, Bloopy. Yes, we're doing this now. I get a full avatar? Yes. Yes. My friend commissioned me to do so. It's gonna be different than the other one like this that I made in the past. And I'm trying a few new things. And I'm taking my time with it. Just grab everything again. So I can move this around. Just worry about this line on the outside. Did you ever play Tunic, Snipe? You also don't feel like you need to stay around if you've been streaming a while. This is also for other people here. Have y'all played Tunic? It's what this soundtrack's from right now. Do you want to check it out sometime? Yes. If you want the puzzle game, Rando is pretty fun, I think. I haven't done the Rando. I looked at the speedrun a lot. It's very mechanically inclined, but the game in general, your brain cannot handle puzzles. It's time to make you play it, Snipey. It's over for you. It's all over. Played a little bit, then I got stuck. There's a lot going on. I liked it streaming it, because if you did super get it wrong, you could ask people easily. And no one really spoiled it for me because I handled it all right. But there's a lot going on, and I liked it a lot. All the stuff that they did. It's annoying me the more I look at it. Just get the outline shape, and then we'll worry about it. Can only handle so much. Alright. It's definitely not for everyone. It's like for Rain World. Rain World and Tunic are both the kind of game where it's just figuring stuff out. Except Rain World doesn't help you at all. It's more mechanically inclined, and you don't need to learn anything. Although it helps, and being cognizant and noticing just patterns. While Tunic actively helps you. And leads you in quite good ways over time. But it's still not going to be like telling you how to do it. It'll just point you in a relative direction. Love the constructions. This arm is hurting me. Bring up my reference here, see what I should be going for. So I have a reference off screen, just so y'all know. I'll go at a slight angle And then we're gonna hit the elbow, and then we're gonna want to go the other way. So not be mean and require you to find some random obscure not lower room half across the map. Yes. Let's bring the triangle back. The triangle. The elbow's gonna be like here. And the hand's gonna be like here, right? The hand's gonna start like right here. What would make sense for that? Let me pose this other model. Like we want the hand, the ball of the hand is in line with the everything. Have you played Death's Door? Yes, I have played Death's Door. I always wanted to play that again, see what I would do umbrella stuff. Really spoiled location it's in. I don't remember which one that is. I assume that's in the very particular. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I know what you mean. I enjoy that one. This reference hurts me more every day. Just slightly off. Forward posture. It's kind of angled body-wise, yes. See, like 7, 8 would make more sense. I need to clean this up a little bit. Because Whitepaaws hates me. I knew it. Stress over good enough on the shoulder outline. Let's just try to make things make sense. Like this is kind of stretchy. I should probably bring this all up first. Okay, I've touched everything up a bit. Let's not make that next ring yet. That'll just make things harder. Gotta go, you think? Alright. Thank you for stopping by me, man. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Alright. I'll definitely be looking at making guides more in the future, though, man. That'll definitely be something that'll happen. Right. You don't have to. You don't need to if you don't want to. I should do it because I've been working towards it. I'm just going to make it. Even if it doesn't have everything. Hello. All right. Last half an hour before the world ends. Tomorrow is Friday. And I need to prepare for 3D models and other things. I'm gonna set a timer for half an hour. March. I've got to prepare for some 3D model things, as well as the new throwables program. That's what I'm gonna do tomorrow, so I just gotta remember that. I'm trying to keep a better schedule of things when I want to do stuff. How do I want this angled? We want this more going straight in. Like, I want these two lines kind of just going straight in. So I need to move this way, and I need to move this way. Were you still thinking about Hell Divers, Saren? It's a question how you thought about it. Oh, I want to crunch that. This crunch is good when the arm is up. When it's down like this, it feels quite extended already. Well, this will then extend more after that. Does that make sense? Guess it does. I think we can bring it down even more, though. Does that really loop like that? Huh. Let's get this arm in good position, then I'll worry about moving everything else, because I'm kind of moving everything a little bit at a time, which isn't good for me. I think I want this line higher. It's got to bring this up pretty high. I already brought it up a good bit as well. We have the space, though. Especially with all of this here. Hmm. Two, three, four, five, six. Six. I kind of need to round this out a bit more. Smush these in. Probably not over there, but it's fine. Because that's where the hand will be. Thank you for water time, Ungalada. Do you do any art, Ungalada? I don't think I've really asked what kind of things that you do. We move this whole arm to the left here. Looking better. Whatever, like I've been what I want. Okay. It's always a good start. Definitely the thing that I started with was commissioning someone else to make a reference sheet for me, and then I work off of that. Drown. You can't just say that, Wild. What if you said that to someone else? How would they feel? What if you said that to Fletcher? Fletcher would explode. We don't want that. Jumbo salami daily. What? Also, I did get pepperoni cut recently. I only get half a pound now. So it's really not much. It's so much better than any other pepperoni. I don't know what it is. When he haunted Bologna. Okay. Did you give him his jumbo salami? That's what I really want to know, Wild. He got his jumbo salami. Okay. I have a pound of it. Bologna. Why would it be jumbo salami? Is it even larger? I feel like that's not a thing that's larger by any significant amount. It's a massive luggage, so it is very large. Okay. Okay, we get to bring these nodes up. By up, I mean down. Which is actually tasty. Hard salami. I think I need to bring all of these nodes to the left. It's like not enough space. Either that or I bring this down. Water times. So many water times. Hello, Skymare. How did D&D going recently? Okay. I saw a bit of Farron's D&D, although I don't know what's happening. Really well, that's good. Two things from her recently. Means interesting things going on. Put a thing today in our chat. Oh, yes. Giga Dragon. Giga Dragon. Hug the Giga Dragon. What do you think that'll work out for 2.5 hours? You need bad, but also don't have to save. Okay, I will do that. I'm reordering the back entirely right now. Just to give us some more space. Feels better. the model been going? Just one little bit at a time. So it's at the point where all limbs and the head can start being worked on its own. The tail I might have as a separate object, but I'm not sure yet. I didn't do that with Slugcat. That was a bit of a different situation. So those are the thoughts right now. I'm just re-pushing everything with the upper chest so that the arms have a good spot and this ring here is going all right. And booleaned back in. I hate doing boolean things. I'd rather just manually mesh it in. I'd rather just be messing with nodes like this than do anything with sculpting or funny connection boolean things. Because then I get to touch everything. There's a lot with the back. I feel like it's just not there yet. I'm gonna do something I probably should have did a while ago. Let's click this and shade smooth. Ooh. Why did that happen? I see. A bunch of the normals are facing the wrong way. It's weird. Also, did sculpting noise on I can guess your method is much more efficient. Depends. Depends. Sculpting, you can definitely get a product that looks pretty good much faster. However, the topology is gonna not be good at all. This, I get both at the same time. So I don't have to retopologize at all. Which, depending on what you're doing, can be good. I'm definitely still learning, so I'm constantly looking at this other model I've done. But in reality, breaking down how this model is made, there's really not a lot going on for what kind of stuff you're pushing and pulling and extruding. But actually putting everything in the right place is the harder part. Your topologies. I mean, it can be okay. It just feels like you're doing everything again. The texture issues unencountered? Well, texture issues is probably going to deal more with how you retopologized it. UV mapping nightmarish. I don't know. I don't really know how to do weight painting. I just do everything automatically. It seems like getting everything actually balanced correctly seems just very difficult. In a lot of situations, if I did it manually, a lot of stuff I've done would have came out better, but I've done a lot of things in certain ways so that doing it automatically doesn't matter either. Why is there a line? What is that? That was a mistake. Yeah, don't do that. I've kind of been learning that to not do that as well. What is this? What? It's not even there on this part. I mean, I've made a lot of models now. I've definitely learned that as well. Underneath, maybe? There's probably something extruded, but it's only like there's just a point extruded, but it's like in line and overlaid with it. Merge vertices by distance. Removed one vertice. If that's even one thing that I actually want there. Okay, where is that connected? Right here. There's something going from here to here, apparently. It's not even visually there at all. Doesn't appear to be anything. So it looks like there's something right here. Oh, Oh, this one's actually real. That one did have an actual problem. This one does not. There's nothing there. Well, we know it's based on this point here. So we can delete this. Or I can extrude it so it's slightly higher than it. And then I can delete the original point. And we still see nothing. And then we got this. So if anything now, there is a loose vertice. Which there does not appear to be. Okay. Let's bring the shoulders back up a bit. Let's clean this up, and then go from there. Wow. I like looked at it like, whoa, it actually looks good. Except for this line. But like all this. I feel like all of this should push this way. Is my problem. I think my problem at this point is everything's so smooth, which is like a good and a bad thing. Like the defined features of a shoulder is not there right now. Like this kind of just smoothing over. This should be flat. A lot more flat at an angle, maybe. Not really flat. I was thinking we pushed the entire shoulder back.
Back, you maniacs!
Whoa. Hello, Leon. What are you laughing about? What are you laughing about? Hello, everyone. From Leon's Raid. I'm going to assume most of you know who I am from Leon. But if you don't, my name is Ice37. I normally do speedruns of Rain World, but today I'm doing 3D modeling, which is also where I've made this previous one. It's the most scuffed raid. It was an accident end stream. What? And then his stream crashed, or just ended. Well, you rated me with 18 viewers, so I don't know how that worked. But hello, Diamond Flame. Where I'm doing a 3D model for a commission right now for Whitepaaws here. I'm trying to figure out the best way I want to do these shoulders. I think I need to make some of these lines more straight instead of kind of bending down like this. The people that stuck around. Yes, thank you for rate. I'm probably not going for too much longer. However, Perfect had her heart crushed. Huh? You did what? You what now? Distracted from animating by playing Minesweeper. You gonna read a bedtime story, then randomly end stream too? No. Playing Minesweeper, and she was really invested. Ugh. I will not forgive this. Hello, perfect. Imagine being a fraud, Leon. Imagine being... Oh, goodness. Well, we're no longer in Leon's chat. We're in my chat now. Hello, everyone. I'm currently aligning things.
They're here. This is bad.
Thank you for follow, Perfect. Hello. I also do speedrunning with Leon sometimes. But today it's 3D modeling. Core, why do I look so fancy? He's teaching. He's the teacher, man. It's very important. Your voice is not what I imagined. I like it though, thank you. It is very late, so I'm not really speaking too much or too loud. I grabbed the wrong thing. Yes, it's the first time Perfect's been in my stream, I believe. And unless you were there for any of the speedrun events, you wouldn't have. Didn't even know you streamed. I don't know how that would have happened, but okay. Birds of a feather, I guess. It's a bit different with me, though, because I run the speedrun.com leaderboards for Rain World. Seen a speedrun event? Okay. Last one we did was in October. And it's gonna be a little while till we do our next one. Join the events once. Yes. Soon we gotta get Leon to submit to speedrun marathons. Oh yeah, I find out if I get in one on the 3rd, so technically 3 days from now. Saying I didn't watch one. So soon, I've submitted to one. Now it's not one I'm running. If that's what you're thinking. Oh, you know, yes. Every time there's a Rain World speedrun event, I will be the one that hosts it. That was so sad. No, I submitted to one a little while ago, and we'll find out if I'm in to run for it. Then I think we're good here. I think I inset the spine a little bit. Gotta try sleeping tonight. I've had my bedtime story. Have a great night. Alright. Thank you for stopping by. I'm in Flynn. Till more recently. I think we buff out these shoulders, this section here. Another emote. Funny emote. Made noun one. Oh, that's funny. is perfect. See, the yellow hand disease is good and important. The yellow hand disease has got me. There is no escape, and there is no cure. You cannot run. Never see more yellow hands than now. I've been posting Astro Wizard's yellow hand for a while, and then Proler liked it, so we also made one, and then I commissioned Timmy to make one for me. And they made one for themselves, and now for Noun as well. I think I need to flatten the back more. So the PNGs have yellow hands. The yellow hand exists so you can see it better. And no other reason. You have a character, Indy? I haven't seen anything. All I have seen is egg. It has to be. You are a mango. Oh. I was by more often than you ever. Sure, have a good night. Alright, thank you for stopping by. I think you'll notice I do streams a little differently from how Leon does things. I think this is better. Although maybe I want to curve this. Please save your work. I just did. Can I eat the bread if you can catch it? See a bit of my problem. That'll be fine. I think I could mess with this for a while. I'm staring at a reference model on my other monitor. If I'm not, doesn't look like I'm doing anything, that is what's happening. Feels like there's so many lines here. Sure, thank you. Any of the rain roll related ones are ones I made. Stuff like the box, the bread, and the anvil were stocked with this program. I'm trying to change to another program though. Because it has some features. It doesn't have as much features as I'd care for. It's difficult to change between models, is the big thing. And I want to have a redeem that can change between models while also still having the ability to have things drop onto my character. And to be able to actually make my own throwables, which isn't always true for a lot of these programs. And then I want to make a lot more things. With Rainworld Art Month about to be here, that'll be a thing. Rot model when? If there's a prompt for it, but even then, it's not really one that I'd like to do. Submerged superstructure model, entire thing, 24 hours now. No. Man. Do I even touch anything up here anymore? There's like a missing... Just feels like missing proper... proper definition for the body in a lot of places. We have the general shape. That's kind of where we're at. That kind of made it a little bit better. I feel like we could inset this whole section here and it just wouldn't really matter. This feels too rounded and I should have like flat faces and stuff. If that even makes sense. Okay, we've gotten straight lines here. We've gotten straight-ish lines here. That is the main thing we were going for. I think we could push out this direction and be pretty happy with it. As well as probably define these. Kind of made it like too flat back here now. I need to, from here to here, kind of like round it off of this curve. The gang is here. Oh my goodness. That's funny. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, I want smooth curve from this line. Do we want to go from that line? But is noun and pawn actually gonna use those? Hello world. Let's make this really out there. Yes, the king is real. Hello, Leon. Oh. There's so many of them now. Oh my goodness. Yeah, why does you started it? I mean, yeah, so I didn't expect it to everyone to like it so much. How you doing today? Doing all right. But yeah, we had some people raid, so I decided to go a little bit longer. I was gonna end like half an hour ago. Ice the carrot, grab the shoes. My shoes. I think one of the other things is This is supposed to be starting to curve up into the neck, and I just haven't done that because I haven't made the neck yet. Yes, hello, Dapper Playgrid. Gonna make one too, Dapper. Yes. You have an option for the program's frame rate remos. I have no idea how you do that. I think I have to stop at this point. Thank you all for watching. There's been a lot of you these past few streams. It's always nice. Alright. I have someone playing Hollow Knight. And I have someone playing Neon White. Which one would be interesting? For this one, you use Blender with Grease Pencil. I've heard good things about Blender for 2D stuff. You for streaming? Alright. I'll have to see you stream more in the future as well, Val. It's hard to see when people stream on YouTube, I find. Who would be more like how we're doing stuff right now? Pawn's doing art, but they've always done art at this time. So some of you know Ponde Bunde, so you can go over there if you want to. But we're not going to raid them. That can animate? You can animate in 2D in Blender, yes. Have a good rest of your day. Well, thank you all for stopping by. Wait, no, actually, sorry. Okay. I think I'm going to raid this prison, but I'm checking out what they're doing right now. Alright, I am going to raid Applebread, because I haven't raided them in a very long time, and I haven't actually seen Neon White either. So if y'all are interested in Neon White and Apple VTuber Man, y'all can go see Apple VTuber Man. So I haven't seen a lot that they've done in quite a while. They're one of the people who's done Rain World stuff before I did Rain World stuff. A lot of stuff they do is very, very interesting. I know they've been doing a lot of art recently as well, although I'm not always able to see. All right, I'm gonna press right now. Right now, I will stream Saturday for Metal Gear Solid. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Hey, what's up, Iced? Beautiful raid. Welcome to anime.
This is all that is to
You're a speedrunner. This is a speedrunning game. You recall a conversation you had with Yellow earlier. Ah, damn it, Yellow. How the hell do I keep losing to you?
Sorry, bro.
I told you, it was the pool chip.